And welcome back to Paint Hand Dan Live. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. We are back in the desk, back in business. We're going to get painting this Glotkin again. Thank you for joining me. This bustling room of, I don't even know, not too many people. One person. Well, that's good. We're starting with a person. That's awesome. I love it, guys. Thank you. So, I won't keep you waiting. We'll get right to, I guess, our star of the show. So last episode, we went over the airbrush. We kind of did that purple, red, Terminata stone. We kind of did those layers up. And then I kind of convinced myself last time to put that Crusader skin on this. I think that paid dividends pretty well. Gave some nice warmth, but still has that kind of purpley look. And that shadow under the arm there is kind of where we were. I kind of wiped that clean as we were painting last time, just because I wanted it a little less warm. We got some red all over his back. I wasn't sure whether to do those little, I guess, growths, whether I started with them as like a kind of like a muscle striated sort of red or a crimson. And I don't know if I really liked that because I took it away, but I left it kind of in the borders to make it look kind of deep, I guess, or sore. And then I made them look like protruding bone instead because I thought that looked cooler. We washed some red into those little webby parts, and I'm thinking we might put some brightness over the webs but keep the dark red underneath it so it looks kind of like ulcerating skin with soreness under it. We'll see how that goes when we start it. We also did the little metals, his piercings, and his leather. We were talking about last time, one of the viewers, JP Super Monkey, mentioned this thing needed a weapon, and I've been kind of thinking about what can we arm him with. But if you look, he's got these little rope things here, there, and there. So I was thinking maybe like a big butcher cleaver, like a big arced blade on the inside, so it's kind of like he's got a chopper and a thumb, so he can like slice. We'll see. I don't know. That's probably the best way I could organically work a weapon into this guy's hand. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm not really sure where we're gonna take it today. It's got tons of these little pustules and boils. I'm thinking they kind of look like a nice little playground where we can let pink, green, and yellow, kind of hold hands and play around in the dirt together. And we'll see what we get from that. There's a few more webby bits too that I kind of missed with the red. So we'll go on with some red too, and maybe start doing these pocks and pustules. There's some skulls hidden in there too, so we might get some bone action in there. Yeah, everyone likes a good bone on a Friday. Okay, so the other thing that we were talking about last time was oil paints. So let me go to the next one here. Bam! I prepared this. I got a few more of these plastic things, but it's just easier to put tin foil instead of having to clean your plastic. So if we use oils, we'll put the thinner in the oils in these, so it'll be an easy cleanup, and we'll experiment with that maybe. Alright, so yeah, this looks pretty good. I still haven't figured out the riddle of the dudes or the monster on top. They're here. Maybe if we get some time, I'll slap chop some gray and white on these guys, and I will glue this classic beast of Nurgle together. So this thing is. I'm gonna switch cameras again. Whew. So this is I think it's a fine resin. So it's going to be a little trickier to put together. Doesn't have instructions. It's just kind of like, you know where this goes. So I'm hoping I do. Let me just crack this open. It's going to take a little snipping and cleaning to get it off these screws, I guess. So the way I see is that these two little bits there will like kind of go together, make a body. He's got like a little arm that hangs off the body. He's got this kind of long neck, a sort of mushroomy head, and a slithery kind of tusky tongue. So we'll hopefully get that together clean. It might just be easier to put the dudes on his head, but yeah, that's been done. Might be more fun to put a monster on his head. So we'll just get that out of the way now. I'll get some paper on this and start painting. While I'm fidgeting with this, I'll check to see if there's anything happening in the comments section. I'm looking forward to today's session as well. I've been looking forward to this session all week. This week flew by, to be honest. It's just like kind of, you know, you fall asleep on Monday night and wake up Friday. What the hell just happened? Well, that's what it feels like anyway. I didn't actually sleep for a week. So, where's my eraser? It's my vinyl eraser to kind of smooch this out a bit. To do this bubbles out. A little bit of pressure. Just got a wrinkle there. Yeah. It's on, it's down, it's like a folding paper. Whatever. Okay. So, yeah. We will get going with some paint. So I think I said we were gonna try some yellow, some pink, and some green. I also might throw some of this down. This is it's an Army Painter Poison Cloud. It's kind of like a yellow and green, yellowy green. So see if that. I might have to put it on top of something because when it sits on its own, it's got a little bit of transparency. So I like to sit it on top of green. It just makes it pop a little more, or a yellow, depending on which way you want it to pop. So I should have shaken these up a bit before starting. Shake. We got angelic yellow here. I think this is matched with demonic yellow. They didn't really stretch for that. I guess you could just call it yellow if it's both angelic and demonic. They'd cancel each other out. So, yellow. And let's see. So pink I really like. Pink Horror by Citadel. It's a nice, strong, kind of dark pink. It reminds me of the pig demons from like Doom 1 and Doom 2. That kind of dark, fleshy pink. And there's another pink that I really like. This one's a dry brush, Changeling. So this one kind of puts a bit of softness on things. This might be good for tickling a bit of those pustules. Got a little bit of inflammation on them. Okay. Yeah, this thing's already starting to wrinkle up on me, which is a bummer. But we're in too deep. We're doing it. Here comes the paint. Oh, that was chunky. Little glob off the top there. I'm just going to throw a few on the wet palette to start. Another color I was thinking about throwing into next time. Malignant green. This is a fun color. It looks very yellow, but it gives a nice, kind of like a pea green. There you go. Should get like a mat or something for this so it doesn't vibrate the camera so much. Yeah, you can see that there's still a lot of pigment on the bottom. So you really got to shake the hell out of these things if they've been sitting, because you don't want that pigment sitting there. And you want to use it. That's the whole point of contrast paint, is to have those different pigments. It's kind of a bummer. It's like Holy White. Holy White is probably, that and Tesseract Glow, I would say, are the competitors for the most must-shake paints. So what's everybody up to on this fine Friday? Are you barbecuing? Are you painting with me? You watching a movie? Maybe going out to the movies? Date night or something? I don't know. Just drop a comment what you're up to. I'd love to know. Little relaxation after work. That sounds good. I guess, yeah, that's kind of what Friday's all about, right? Unless you have to work on a Saturday as well. Do you? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, this is kind of chunky too. I don't know. It's giving so many problems. Come on, you. Give me paint. That's not snot. I think my ball is getting stuck at the top. Sometimes that ball will clog the hole, so you try to squeeze paint through and get much. And then you'll squeeze and squeeze and it'll explode and get everywhere. Okay. A little agua. Alright, one day. Just gonna go right to the source. Important to stay hydrated, especially when it's like 35 degrees. Oh, what's going on there? Okay. What for you tooth? Yeah, it is, yeah. Well, I think that was my water bottle. Okay. There you go, a little of this pink horror. Ooh, oh wow, that's crunchy. Let's check that out. Sorry. Can you get a closer look on that? Just trying to see if the overhead might be better. Like that. It's like bubble gum. So I think that's from paint getting in this top layer here. And then drying. And possibly keeping my lid open a bit. And we're going to get paint all over our fingers. There. First paint hand of the session isn't even from painting. Just going to chuck that in the water and get rid of it. Oh. Like a rag or something handy. Because you don't want to handle your mini with paint all over your fingers. Okay, so There, yeah, clean hands. Yeah, it's pretty handy. I would recommend keeping some kind of rag or paper towel by your desk. So let's get a good view here. I'm try to lower this camera a little. Boop. There we go. And maybe hit a little more light. It's more like it. So we can get that foil out of our way. We're gonna get our pink on our wet palette before it dries again in the pot. So splatter a little here. There we go. Let's get a dark for you. Maybe not. Maybe we do that. I know we were looking at glowing green last time. So much green. I feel like zombie flesh should be a go-to. I'm gonna go back to that glowing green. That's a nice bright green. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Ooh, that's it. Oh, yikes! That's a sludgy paint. Yeah, there it is. There's the blob. All right, that's the paint. Okay, let's wash that off and let's get busy. Well, let's start on some of these ones on his arm. Maybe the back of his leg. This is a less conspicuous place to start and screw up. We don't like what we're doing. There's just a little more, I guess, leniency. So, what do we want to start with? Let's start with this yellow. Just gonna get a little wet. A little water. There's that big blob that it's gonna give problems. And we're gonna take some of that off on our hand. And switch this up so you can actually get double view. Actually, we can do that view. Ooh, that's a little distorted. It keeps the whole camera. I kind of smushed that bottom corner one. I like, so instead of cutting out half the screen, the whole thing's there, but it's condensed, so it's a little distorted down there. If it is an issue, like you can't see anything or you can't make out what's going on, and it absolutely sucks, I can undistort it. Just let me know in the comment section. Like I said, we're still learning. Okay. Yeah, so you can see the difference there of it. Not squished and squished. So I guess just let me know. And I'll start playing around his foot down here. It should give us a little little view of what's going on here. So I'm gonna start slapping these little pustules. Lord knows there'll be plenty. Is it too early to make a throwback joke to painting every kind of yellow dots they is? The little stain gang dots. Right now we're doing the big old fat dots. Yeah. Honestly, this part's not too hard. You just gotta go around and touch them. Just boop, 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 boop. Now, one of the tricky parts might be keeping a steady hand while you do, so you don't over touch them and then splat the skin around them. So you only want the tips of these little guys. And they actually would be fantastic to dry brush, but sometimes I like doing things a little trickier, or a little different. I don't want to sit on my makeup brush the whole time. There'd be plenty of time for that for the changeling pink. So yeah, just touching that leg up with some yellow. Wow, I love that. I guess for the namesake, I should have gone demonic yellow instead of angelic yellow. The exact same friggin' paint, so it doesn't really matter. I think these big bumps here might be a good candidate for a little malignant green as well. But we are going to touch some yellow, because I think sitting on that yellow will look really good for that malignant green. So we're just going to put it on the edge there, but we're not even going to fill in the whole dot. Maybe we go a little closer to the edge. We'll play with fire just a bit. Ooh, there we go. I don't want to do all of them like that. I do want some variance. So I'm just going to stagger that one there. Maybe this little pop here. Oop. So we're just going to keep going with this. I like this yellow. Maybe we'll double back and hit some yellow. The other thing you can do if you don't want to worry about being selective, you could probably smack all of them with yellow with the dry brush and then get selective with your pinks and your greens. Because I'm pretty sure your pinks and your greens will sit happily with your yellows. So if you don't want to waste time doing what I'm doing, you could take your makeup brush, a little yellow, dust it off, and go and get all these boils in a few strokes. But then everything's going to be yellow. You might even get his skin a little jaundicey, which I don't want because I really like his skin. So we're just going to keep popping little bits of yellow here and there. And we'll mix up the colors as we go. I do like the brightness of that yellow. For some reason it looks very sickly. Okay. Now there's some sections that kind of look like under his foot there. There's like mounds that aren't dots. It's kind of tough. It almost looks like melty skin rather than a pustule or boil. So I don't want to just rake yellow across that. Ooh, there's a nice little tendril there. Looks nice and gross. Hit that with a little yellow there, a little yellow there. I don't want it too thick either, so it sits nice and thin on these round dots. Just kind of keep touching them. Yeah, so I can actually, I'm embarrassed to say, after 7.5 hours of sitting with this thing and painting it and posting a bunch of crap about it, figured out today I've been spelling its friggin' name wrong the whole time. Learning! Yeah, so Glotkin has 2 T's. I was going phonetically. It's Glotkin, I'll just spell it how it sounds. But yeah, it does in fact have 2 T's, so. Kind of makes me happy to know that I screwed up the name, spelt it wrong, and it was still found at least enough. Now, I'm pretty sure I can retroactively go back and change all the thumbnails and descriptions and stuff. You know, just a little effort, but that will satisfy my embarrassment. At least wash it a bit. Alright, so we're going to creep up the shoulder here. Still got a little more Little bubblies in there. I'm just gonna keep going. Like there's a little trifecta here. Maybe we do like a pink, yellow, green. I don't know. It might be a little too rainbowy. I'll start with all of these yellow here up here. And then if we need to green or pink them out, we can later. That way and we'll get a nice. It won't look too off if they're different. That does give a nice pop on your shoulder. Okay, we'll creep over to this arm now. Let's see. Can you see in that up in this pit up here? Okay, yeah. We'll hit that up a bit. Little slip there. That's okay. Little imperfection in skin. Happy accidents. Mix nicely with the red when you sew it up. Keep it visible. I have to resist my urge to just pick up this mini and put it in my lap and paint it. I said I need a shock collar or something. Something around my neck so every time I take the mini and do this, someone in the comment section can give me a zap. Oh Jesus, put it back down. Speaking of comment section, I'm just gonna take a little peek over here, see what's going on. Oh, it's with there's a second T either. I wouldn't have guessed it. Yeah, I think we just shouted out on the gaming table like, "Oh, Glotkin," and it's obvious enough that that thing might be coming for you. That second T, I guess, is semantics. But still, if you're trying to have someone type in a search browser and find you, it is important to get it spelled right. Jeez. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, nothing there. Okay, yeah, my screen's just kind of hopping back and forth. This is looking good. Oh yeah, I guess I can. Thank you for the feedback there. Also looking at the larger view, squish doesn't look too bad. Okay. Yeah, the ant keg with the yellow dots. Use this tactic for building up an effect. Yeah, so sorry, I'm just kind of flipping through the comments and trying to ping them all. So yeah, I do like to sit green on top of yellow. I just find it like yellow itself is not an easy paint. Well, easy. It's yellow. Yellow's not that hard, I should say. A lot of people fear yellow, but just patience and thin layers, or find good yellows with coverage. But yeah, so anyway, for using the yellow, I find something like, I'm not going to slap it on yet, but I'm just going to like give a little like that, and it's yellowy kind of tone. Make it a very green yellow, but it makes it there's a lot of pop in it, whereas if you sit this on like black or white or like purple, you're going to get some streaks. Whereas I find sitting on yellow, it hides the streaks very nicely. Same with, or I'll go the other way around. I just find yellow, green, and pink are three colors that like to shake hands. I don't know the magic behind the color theory or any of the textbook knowledge. Maybe there's something to yellow and pink together, or yellow and green. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna keep going with this yellow though. I'm kind of battling. Get back to it. Make sure there's feared yellow until dark yellow. Please have brighter shades on top of. Neat idea to use green or any color also. Yeah. I find sitting yellow on top of yellow is the way to go. As crazy as that sounds, if you want a really bright yellow, you got to start with a darker yellow and then work your way up. I find. One I like. While we're talking yellows, this one, Averland Sunset, I believe, a Citadel color. Let me get it right on camera there, pal. This stuff sits very nicely and thick, albeit a little bit darker. It's almost like a marigold, but its coverage it's great. Right now, I don't want to drown out the skin, so I'm not using it. Like, if I use that, it's just going to make really solid blobs, and there's going to be no level of, like, I guess, contrast or transparency. It's just going to be like a solid, like, crayon yellow on this, and I too much yellow. I want to use that thin, translucent yellow. It's going to work in my favor here. So I'm just getting back to it. We're going to get to the arm now. So I'm going to switch that over here. Scribble that. Do that. Oops. And the painting here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I said, chalk color. Go for some of these big ones first. A nice, sexy pop of color. Ooh. Let's see. It looks like we got a few people in the viewing. It's good that you're here. I'm very thankful, and I appreciate your viewing. I would like to know what you're up to tonight, other than watching me. Are you painting something? Are you just kind of hanging around the house? Maybe ordering a pizza on a Friday night? I actually armed myself with some beef jerky today, so when I get the nibbles, we'll be able to soldier through a bit. I anticipated being here a while with these dots, so let's get comfy. Yeah. So, one of the things I really like about this Glotkin is, well, size doesn't necessarily mean easier. Size is, for you guys, more visible, and it's easier for me to kind of travel around the Mini. Now, I don't have a Lazy Susan or anything small enough where it would be much easier, but that would actually be a little better. So, I find the any jujitsu practitioners in the house, yeah, we'll get the 2-on-1 grip here. It's almost like a Gable grip with a slide. And I do that so the here I can move that just a bit. Let's see if that so my wrist sits on the edge of this desk sometimes, right? And that's sharp. So if I do that, I can sort of rest my hand and it steadies my hand. You can't do this though if you're trying to hold your Mini in your lap too. And it's when you have a tiny Mini sitting on the table, it's really hard to get in there. So this is kind of nice. Yeah, we'll go back to here. Boop. Get a nice big view. Let's see what's going on. Let this brush down a bit. Oh. Yeah, got a little bit of the sexy legs there, eh? My hairy monkey legs. Yeah, I'm wearing shorts right now because it's hot as hell. Just keep going with these dots. Yeah, I like where this yellow's going with it. Oops, a little bit of a slide there. Happy accident. And just creep up his arm like this. Can you see that okay? No, you can't. Can you see it? Can you see it now? Alright, get you a couple little dots on top. Boop, boop. It works way better when you say boop. Boop. Oh, nope. I said boop too loud. There, perfect. So yeah, we'll fix that later. Call that not an issue. No, I'm not gonna worry too much around this area. So now dudes are gonna go here. But it's always nice to see. So touch some of these bits. Okay. Now we're gonna get into the front here. Right now I'm kind of sizing up. He's got this big one right there. I don't think I want to do that one yellow because I don't want a big obvious one sitting on top of his head. I feel like that will kind of take away from his face. I think that'll be a better candidate for a drop of malignant green. So we'll see. Back to the every can. See if that helps. If I can go boop. See that a little better up top. The squish view kind of condenses it. It's like a faux zoom. Not really, but it's better than seeing half the meaning, right? Alright. We're gonna try to get into his tummy here. I don't really know the best way other than just kind of diving in. So that's what we're gonna do. Yep. Just gonna do a few touches here. Still with you. Just practically head level with the table. Whoop. Yep. And then just flip around his arm. I see a big one there. There we go. And he's got those 3 big ones on his leg. And he's got 3 big ones up here too. You know what we're gonna do? We'll just make them yellow. We can change our minds later if we don't like it. Just a little lick. There we go. So I gotta tilt them back a little here. Yeah, there we go. Be an interesting experiment. Just kind of thinking about it the other day. Taking a blinder and putting it between my face and the mini. So here there's a wall. And just have my hands through it and then paint it watching the screen. As if painting these damn things isn't hard enough. But I think that would be like a neat, remote painting. But I thought that would be a neat concept. You kind of learn how to paint better on camera angle. Once again, eliminate that tendency or desire to curl up in a ball with that mini in my lap and just paint like I don't know, an upset armadillo just curled into a ball around a mini. I'm sure there's a better example or analogy out there, but we're going with armadillo. Alright, I like that. I find usually when you're painting and you just kind of, you know, I guess the term is not going full ball sack, but just kind of letting the ball sack hang, right? Like not really caring about it, I find. Like you'll rarely do something on a mini where you're like, I'm gonna put this on it and immediately touch it and go, oh, that's awful. Like usually your decisions are pretty well guided at the hobby table. Whether you're been doing this a week or, 10 years. Mind you, the skills get better, but I think anytime you paint, you're gonna look at it and go, yeah, that looks awesome. You just can't help it, right? Yeah, this yellow is really jumpy. I love it. Alright, I'm going to take 2 seconds. I might take a little bit of this, let's go with this chunky zombie flesh here. Ooh, that's actually really chunky. Look at that. It's like a pea in my paint. I think that was the plug in the bottle stick. So before I switch paints, I'm going to take a little peek at the comments. See what's going on here. Got anyone with us and what's going on? Light hollow. Yellow. Okay, the construction machinery. Yeah, Averland Sunset does have that kind of industrial yellow feel. That sounds like an unnecessarily challenge. Yeah, but you know what? It's as long as you look at it like it's not stressful. Like, don't hold it. Like, put the barrier up and think whatever the hell happens, happens. If I tried to get the eyeball, like, and whiff totally, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it is pretty tricky sometimes. I wouldn't try it with a really small model. It's kind of nice that it's big. And I get stuck in the ugly face a lot. Yeah, it is something that we kind of get hung up on while we paint. But I think we kind of hold that to ourselves. Like, we put pressure. Like, oh, it's got to be so much better. I'm trying to think. The nuclear necromorph. There's a video about that one. It was one of my first videos where it's just like, it's almost like call it a great PowerPoint. But in that video, I painted a resin print I called the nuclear necromorph. And I really liked how the skin came out. And I really liked how the fluorescence that I put on it hid in the skin. Like, you can't tell there's fluorescent paint. It's not loud. It looks very soft. But when you put black light on it, it just lights up. So when I did that one, I used a magenta oil paint that got loose on the cracks and just soaked the whole model. And I was calling it Fiesta Clown for, probably an entire 12-hour paint session trying to steer out of it. It's like, oh my god, what am I doing? There's yellow, there's blue, there's pink. And it was just a matter of putting more paint and more paint and more paint. Eventually I was like, yeah, this looks pretty cool. But that one, I was really feeling that party clown fever. Okay, so I have zombie flesh loaded up on the brush. And it's not that. So the chunkiness was actually just that dried chunk in there. But now it's pretty flowy. And it's kind of like a gray-green. It's almost like a little lighter than, is it Straken or Straken green? So can we let's see, should get a good look. We're going to do these dots up here. I already touched that top one. We're going to touch it a little more. Just so you can kind of see what this paint does. So they still jump, and they still get a very loud pop, even though considering this is like an olivey sort of color. Like, you can really see those three. But it doesn't give as much was the not contrast. It doesn't jump as far as the yellow, but it still lifts them up off the skin so you can see that it is raised and bumpy. To my eyeballs, it looks less sore, but maybe some of that malignant green will lend itself very well. Just keep hitting anything that's not yellow. Hit. And just try to keep them in little clusters. And then we'll probably do the same thing with the pink, in that we'll do little clusters amongst clusters. And I'm hoping that between the, the pink horror and the changeling, we'll get a nice degree of inflamed looking skin. Alright. Just gonna take a moment to peek over this way. Oh, painting ugly face would spook me. You know what? A lot of people shy away from oil paints because they kind of think, you know, you have to be a fantastic, like a classically trained artist to know how to use oil paints. And first time I used them, I had no idea what I was really doing. Like I painted something sub with like pure oil paint with very little thinner, and it was wet for weeks to the point where I just washed it off and tried again. It just did not dry. So that's actually a really good thing. If you really hate your ugly face, just take thinner and go, and it's gone. It's very forgiving to clean up, and you can even you can do a stain on it and then go back after it's dry with thinner and lift it right off. Maybe not like totally dry and cured, but like workable. If you leave it for a week, you might have to rough your mini up significantly to get that off. And it is important to know, I guess, that when you're using oil paint, your thinner will strip oil, but not acrylic. But other solvents like isopropyl or different alcohols, they will strip the acrylic right off. There's another hobby channel called Goobertown Hobbies. I'll give them a shout out, even though Brent probably doesn't need my plugs. But it's always good to share and talk about who inspires you. The dude is a chemist, so if you want to learn about your resins and your glues and your hobby chemicals and safe handling, Goobertown Hobbies is probably the best channel, or at least in my experience, he would be my go-to source of information. So, thank you, Goobertown. Appreciate it, bud. Because there is a lot of, things we don't really think about. I don't know if I mentioned it last time, but like airbrushing, I have water-soluble oil paints that I thought, hey, I mix them with water, run through my airbrush. Yeah, don't do that unless you have great ventilation. Airbrushing cadmium yellow is a really, really bad idea. Yeah, there's some heavy metals. And paints are pretty safe now, but to be on the safe side, I wouldn't want to aerosolize anything I'm not totally certain is safe. Especially if I don't know what type of PPE I need. Interesting fact though, while some paints would have toxic heavy metals, Prussian blue is a medicine for curing heavy metals. Not all heavy metals. I think cesium and thallium, if I'm not mistaken. It's also, it's like ferric ferrocyanide or something like that. I don't know, it sounds like it should be really poisonous, but they actually use it to absorb heavy metal and radiation. Fun fact. But like, honestly, I'm not saying, if you feel sick, go drink some Prussian blue. Don't do that. Go see a doctor. And if the doctor decides to give you Prussian blue, then that's something else. But just don't be like, yo, Paint Hand told me drink Prussian blue. Yeah, that's not a great idea. Interesting facts, though. Take a little coffee sip. A little jerky nibble. Sorry for the cracking bag. I don't know how loud that is. Okay, back on the zombie flesh. You can kind of see where I'm poking out dots. I hit that dot. Hold on. Make sure I'm lining that up so I can see. Yeah, I hit this dot. It was yellow, and I hit it with that zombie flesh. So it's kind of bright. That zombie flesh, though, seems to cover out that yellow pretty strong. You can kind of see there's a little bit of a tinge there where it beiges out. And that's more gray up here. More greeny gray. So I don't think I'm going to touch the yellow with this. And I'll probably yellow up that dot on the back. I'm just going to go brighten up some dots. I'll probably be pretty sparing with this compared to the yellow. But I often say, like, oh, I'm not going to go crazy with this. And then, like, an hour later, what have I done? So when we see his belly, okay, we're going to get into some of these dots here. We're going to try to clean this yellow smudge. A bit of this. See what that does. Well, that kind of worked nicely. A little brightness to the skin there. Don't want it too bright, so smudge it out with the finger. This kind of monstrous belly mouth. Ooh. Don't like for that one. Ah, it's a good thing you can't see it. No, I kind of went right there. Kind of see that gray spot under his chin. We'll probably need to pinken that up a bit. It's a good time to pull in the pink horror and see what that does. I'm going to use this next part really watery. Almost like a heavy wash. Because I don't want this to be loud on the rest of that skin. So we're just going to go very gently in those parts. Try to just get it in. Take it up in layers. Probably get a little more pigment there. A little less washing. Not too much. Perfect. Well, maybe not. Let's blend that. Okay. Here for the finger swipe. A little too much warmth. We can go back over that with a little beige. Maybe some of that cold flesh again. Call it the touch-up phase. And now there's a little more pink to that. Put that around the mouth. Instead of running away from that screw up, we'll lean into it. Happy accidents. It's funny, there's an official Bob Ross YouTube that also does a live stream. And not that I could ever compete with that, you know, and not that Bob Ross needs a plug either, but I will say sometimes it's nice to have that on too. I don't paint on canvases. Like, I'm not a very good canvas painter. I like a 3D coloring book. But, yeah, I couldn't imagine painting a painting like Bob Ross in 20-something minutes. That's just mind-blowing. It's like I can't even make a decision on my palette in 20 minutes. So now I'm touching up that pink on his foot. I'm going to hit pink somewhere where you can see it. That's not going to be too loud because I don't really like how this one looks. But we're going to take a look because I don't want to hide it from you. So we're just going to take this and go boop, 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 boop. Now, as I say, I hate it. I put it there. And it's like, you know what? That's not bad. Very sparing. That's what we're going to do with this. That will be the key. We'll do the little tiny dots. Just touch them on top. Touch a bit of that yellow. Put a bit of that pink and that yellow there. Kind of like that. We'll cluster it up right there. And we're going to keep it to the small ones though. We're not going to put any pink on any big dots. See what it looks like on the zombie flesh. Maybe another dot there. Sure, this stuff is good to get drowned out. See that okay? I don't know if I really like it. Not on the gray or the zombie flesh. Keep it to some of these small pinpoints. And some of these plain ones. Just go. Put some dots down. Some more dots down. Yeah, this green is very punchy. I'm going to try to use it a little more sparingly than I am. Whilst it's still being present. I think I might benefit from watering it down just a little more. Like that bump there actually just looks pretty good. These three little dots here, a little bit of a lick. Yeah, it does look much better as in a wash over and solid pink. Guess the balance is finding that level of transparency. Thick enough that you see it, but thin enough that it's not jumping right off it like a, you know, bubble gum stuck to them. Now, as I'm saying this, I'm looking at that ground green and going, that might be super bright. We'll see what happens. Well, like I said, we're being sparing, and I'm really going to try to mean that with this stuff. So, we'll call that somewhere here. Oops. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Alright, we'll switch up a color in a sec. Let me take a quick little peek at what's going down. Aha! That's good, Tyler. It's good to see you, buddy. Glad you can make it, man. Just might be the sweet spot. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. We'll see. How are you, man? How's your week? Kind of flew by on me. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I'm not sure about the scrungry. Right on, man. I'm glad you can make it. I truly am. I'll say I missed you on the thing before. I know you mentioned that you were working, but honestly, I missed you, dude. It's always nice to have people to paint with, right? And sometimes I can't even tell if I'm alone or not. Sitting here, I'm just talking to my computer. It feels half the time. So it is really nice to have people here and talk with. How's the? I know you were working on had a few things that you can really post either, but ask how are your projects coming, sir? Oh, like that. Okay, grun green's all right. I'll take that grun green. Just a little bit. So I'm just gonna try to keep my eyes sort of peeking in the corner at the comments so I don't get too locked in. It's a nice little green pop. Not as loud as I expected it to be. Let's see what happens when I put it over pink. It's a little thick. Thin that out. Make a total mess of my brush. And oh yeah, man, non-metal metallics are tricky. They're yeah, they're tricky. That's all I can. I wish you the best of luck, sir, and I'm sure you'll ace it. Because it's a tough one. It looks so good when it's done well. It looks so good anytime, really. It does lend itself nicely to photographs too. And I think it's because when you use true metal metallic, there's that luster and the reflection in the paint. So there's always a different balance of light bouncing off the mini and hitting the camera, whereas NMM, that is matted out, so there's no competing luster. It's like the illusion of luster, which the camera likes. I myself am not too good at it. I'll try to like cheat and use something like this is a fun paint. If you've ever, and like I complain about Citadel pots all the time, but try one of these. It's Tester's acrylic gloss and like a glass screw lid jar. It's just as tippy. It's a nightmare to get paint out of it, and they glue themselves shut. You need like a wrench to get them out. Like if I, oh there we go. And then you get screwed off, and you get this crap. But they're a very glossy paint. Like they almost look like car paint when they go on smooth. So I'll use these on like the edge. Like I'll do blue, and then I'll put the Tester's blue on from my highlight, and it kind of just puts a bright shine with high gloss. Some would say it's kind of but you know, I'll try to find whatever way I can to make it work. Yeah, I'll use glosses or sometimes they'll use like a clear coat or varathane and then go back over it. Um, just trying to like build, I guess, shine or kind of fake luster. But it's what am I doing here? I think I ended up with zombie flesh on the brush again. Yeah, I think I'm running away from that brown green. I only put a couple dots. We're going back to it. I abandoned it way too soon. There we go. Couple on the side and see how that goes. Not bad. But yeah, there's some I'll keep this grown green sort of nestled in with the yellows, and that should keep it from seeming too bright, too much of a bright jump off its skin. I feel like if it's sitting next to that yellow, trying to cheat on Eminem. Yeah, you know what? That would be that's actually a good one. I'm actually gonna make a little note of that. See how many different ways we can come up with shine. Sitting there with shoe polish on a mini. You just gotta buff all the paint off and give the surface a real good shine. Ooh. So yeah, I was a little worried about that, but what can I go with today? I'm gonna mix some zombie flesh and this green together. Kind of make this weird sort of mess. Kind of a grayish green mess. And it's gonna come off pretty bright. So I'm gonna try to put it very sparingly with these dots. I think that big lump there on his head is going to get the zombie flesh. So that'll keep it from being too loud, and it won't detract from the focal point of his face. I hope. Okay, so that dot there. Just a couple little dots here. Instead, just keep going, touching that. Oh, too much. Get off. There we go. I'll touch those guys later when we do the big dot. I think my favorite piece that I've been hitting this guy with is the yellow. It does sit the nicest on. But if I go too much yellow, I feel like it will take away. Or we'll start to lose it. We just end up looking super yellow. Just put that dot yellow. See if that satisfies me. Yeah, we got okay, we got a few people in the room. All right. It's nice to have y'all with me. Love to know what other people are doing. I know we got at least 2 people in the comments section. And there's a third person hiding out there. I would love to know what you're up to. But that's cool if you're shy. I understand. I don't want to put any undue pressure. I'm just happy you're here with me. Okay, this poison cloud doesn't really do much on that yellow when you put it down really thin. Let's find a bigger pustule to put it on. Yeah, let's get that. Let's put it on this green. See what that does. Ooh, I like that more. So that leans the ground green towards the yellow. You're saying that's a very bright yellow. Ooh. Ooh. So yeah, I think this is going to be where we're going to land. Is I'm going to probably go less and less with that pink horror. Like, we're just going to take this and put it back on. And we're going to stick with the demonic yellow, the poison cloud, and the grown green, and the zombie flesh. Like, I think we're better to steer away from the pink, except to fill in the teeny little boxes. So Stormcast models being put together. Previous project. I don't know their names well. What kind of Stormcast? Like, what does he look like? Does he have a sword, shield, spear? Is it like a troop or something with a fancy name? Like, I've spelled Glotkin wrong since I got the thing, so. Shields and spears. Vindictor, I think. They like have the shield and they look like they're doing the Spartan thrust. Yeah, that's another one I got the name wrong forever. I was calling that I did a kit bash of it, and I called it a Vindicator for a time until I looked it up and it was a Vindictor. So, but if you type in Stormcast Vindicator, that's what you're gonna get. You'll get the Vindictors. I think it's kind of like messing up the T on a Glotkin. People know what you're talking about. You're looking for it, or at least your search engine knows what you're intending to look for. Is that AP? Yellow paint Reapers. Canary yellow. How's the coverage on that? I've never used it. Fine, yeah, yellows are always a finicky paint. AP, Citadel, or other. I think it is just Reapers. I don't think the paint pigment is like Reaper's Canary Yellow. I think it's like the brand Reaper. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I guess that is kind of a funky thing with all the miniature model things. We'll have like, Scions offering pink or some, I don't know, I'm making stuff up. But like, it's hard. It's a lot harder to key in the exact color of a red with a peculiar or unique name rather than like Swatch Red 3571 or Blue 725A or like those color codes. I feel like there's a lot of like model kits that do like a color code for their paint. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a fun yellow. MMP041 1930 to 1990 highway yellow. Like, I went in actually asking the guy, hey, I need road paint. And sure enough, the guy was like, yeah, I got road paint right here. So, yeah. Yellows are fun. I'll check out that Reapers though. So I'm always on the lookout for a new good paint. It's a brand I don't really see around here though, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah. It's a weird one with markets. Like I, I don't know. So I also in my collection I have a bunch of Skelectrics, like slot cars and stuff, and you get them. You need to get them. Well, you don't need to get them, but there's a lot of their online shopping, and you have to go through a authorized dealer from the States because the UK won't ship to Canada because of the tariffs. So it's kind of a bummer when you know want that one piece of slot car track and it's going to cost you 3 times as much just because they won't send it to you. And then anything you want from it is gets a stupid markup, not because it's uber expensive, like they're not cheap, but you're paying pretty much the delivery fee, even if you go to a store and buy it. But they are fun. But yeah, I don't get that because it costs an arm and a leg to get your Skelectrics over if you can get them to ship it over. But like Citadel paints are in every hobby shop. Yeah, I kind of went reverted back to this yellow. It just seems to be, I think, paying the most dividends for me would be the term. It's just making my eyeballs smile. So that's where I'm fading back to. Probably oscillate between this and that zombie flesh, that kind of gold gray. And then revisit with that poison cloud to really get some high pops on some of the yellow and grung green. And I think any of the grung green I have is probably going to get covered up by some sort of yellow. Because it does look a little not off, but a little out of place. I don't know, I'm just kind of going back and forth to see what happens. Oh, that did a nice thing. We'll make some zombie flesh and some yellow. What does that do? See what that does. Okay. It's like a much brighter version of zombie flesh. Okay. So if you're just joining us now, or you're joining this episode or the live stream for the first time, I'll plug my local gaming store, Addictive Hobbies and Games in Oshawa. Is where I got this Glotkin. Awesome store. If you're in the Durham region or even the Greater Toronto area, I'll challenge anyone to find better prices on Citadel products. That's like it's its own. I don't have to go any further on the plug than that. Like the models I found at Addictive are more affordable than everything else or anywhere I've seen them. So let's take a look at. JP Super Monkey! Good to see you, buddy. Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. Thanks, man. Glad you could make it. I'm thrilled. You know, this feels great. We got a nice community growing, comment sections. We're all hanging out on a Friday. I love it. I guess it's Saturday morning for JP Super Monkey. It just dawned on me. I've traveled forward and backwards in time at the same time. I'm in 3 times at once now. I think we just broke a personal record, guys. Give myself a little pat on the back there. I'm doing good, sir. I'm doing good. The week kind of flew by on me. I'm working on another project aside from this one, and it kind of ate up a lot of time. I found myself just sitting at the desk many, many hours, and I was kind of joking earlier. It felt like I went to sleep on Monday and then woke up on Friday. Just kind of like, what happened to the week? It's all good, my friend. It's all good. How are you today? How are you this morning, I guess? I hope I didn't hit you too early. I was hoping that you still might get a little chance to sleep in a bit. Hey, no worries, no worries. As long as we're engaging and communicating and creating community, that's all the important part. As I said before, sometimes we might feel alone, or we might be by ourselves, rather, but we're never really alone because we do have friends out there. We have friends in different time zones. Never would have thought that would happen. You know, it's actually really surreal to me because, and this you might laugh at, but so before 2023, this year, I I want to say I actually had a very significant, like, maybe almost like a phobia of social media. Like, I just abstained from it. I wasn't on Facebook. I had a Facebook profile that I never accessed. I didn't post things on YouTube or Instagram, um, or even like Facebook with like communicating with old friends and posting pictures. And I never really was on Facebook. I just kind of dissolved into non-existence on the internet. And this year, I had some friends encourage me to share my art, and it was really motivating and really helpful. Oh man, well, dude, if you ever do a live stream, I will be there. I promise you. I promise you. Whatever time, we will figure out that 13-hour distance. And yeah, dude. See, we got community here, bro. Let me know the next time you want to do one. I would love to hang out with you. Oh, I love it. This makes my heart so warm. I see blossoming communities that spread. It's oh man, that puts a big smile on my face, guys. Oh, big win. um, so I was thinking maybe I'll do a video of doing pictures, taking photos of minis. Sometimes it's pretty tricky because they're really small. Uh, if we use, metallic paints and stuff, we get reflections. Sometimes just heavily textured and dry brushed miniatures are hard. Like, I know I've shared this before. 2 seconds, guys. I'm just kind of roll away here for a second and roll back right in. Whoop. So this little dude here has all these the white licks on his feathers. So yeah, but I found with this little bird dude, the camera's focus, like the autofocus of a cell phone camera, will like and it's trying to look at the white and the dark and the white and the dark, and there's so much it can't find where it wants to focus. So I've kind of found that uh, one takes kind of overriding the autofocus and trying to like manually take that focus has has been like a starting point of helping with minis that when it's like you're like it's focusing on an eye and then it's focusing on the backdrop when it's trying to dial in. Yeah, I found that's one of the trickiest parts of just getting that good focus. And sometimes you get too focused and it like exposes all like oh I missed that. My eyeball can't even see that, but my zoomed in camera sees that fleck of silver where it should be. And it's like, oh no, the picture's too good. Alrighty, so where am I? Where am I hovering now? That's simple. Oh, okay, cool. Ah, Kirsten with the at symbol, the call out. See, this is clever. Love it. Thank you. It's like my temptation is to type in at every. Oh, thank you. It's like I can talk. I kind of have it up, so I'm trying to keep up with the comments as I distract myself too. But that's the fun part of this. If I was just like dead silent and painting, watch me paint in silence. That would not be cool. I'd much rather have chaos and fun at my desk. He's dancing around with his yellow. See this pink on his foot. As much as that, I'm gonna leave those two little dots on his foot just cuts, just to be silly. We'll leave some bubble gum on his foot. Little nose itch. Okay, so I'm pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I think the yellow is my favorite for this. My brush always seems to be finding its way back to it, so for the sake of not going too crazy with it, let's take this poison cloud, just break it up a bit, and we'll attack some of these brown greens with this poison cloud. Kind of neon them out a bit. Hopefully that works like I want it to. Kinda. Maybe we'll set malignant green on these and keep blending lights and darks. Some of the yellows with it sits on the yellow really nicely. That looks pretty gross. Nice little slimy pustule there. Most it shows up nicely. Yeah, I think that might be why I like it too, is because it really lifts off the skin. The pink kind of didn't do what I wanted it to do. Ooh, a little messy there. Hmm. water. Let's try that again. A little more delicately, though. Let's do it intentionally. Nah, not a winner. I feel like every time I wipe it away, though, it comes, that pink kind of yellowifies just a bit. Like if I keep doing this and then wiping it, eventually it'll turn into something I do like. I'll leave that one. I can kind of see how it's lifted up a bit. If it really irks me, I can just dive back on it. So paint it yellow again. Keep going with this. Touch a few of these. Get that brightness. Alright. I think I'm getting to that convinced point. But we're gonna touch up that big knot on the back of his, the front of his hunch, I guess. Ooh. Yeah, I like how this poison cloud sits. It does a nice job. You gotta be very sparse with it, I guess. Really launches that yellow up. Let's see, we have the entries. Contrast entry still in progress. Yeah, I'm actually a little curious too as to how that's going. I know you mentioned you weren't able to post, but I liked, you know, you were able to share with me on a DM, and I liked what I was seeing. I'm excited to see where it goes. I like how it when it's finished. I think you also mentioned that you're painting Necrons earlier as well. Uh, I do love me some Necrons. Any specific pieces, or just kind of like troops and getting the points done, I guess. Huh. Let's see. Let's fuck these off this tendril. A little more of that. I guess what I'm really trying to do right now is I want them to pop, but I don't want it to just look like it's covered in yellow. So I am trying to really put some diversity in these spots. Even if they are painted yellow, I'll try hitting them with some layers. Different brightness and different darkness. That just on top. Nice thin layer. Awesome, dude. I'd love to see it. I feel like I gotta get some of my work back up on Instagram. Like I said, I've kind of just sort of lost time in the last week or so. But sometimes it's nice to not think about time as well. Just kind of let yourself go in that flow state. Okay, I got a good question for the viewers, and I guess I'll kind of tweak it up because we'll we'll see how it you know it caters to the hobbies. So I'll ask I guess Tyler and Kirsten, what is the longest time, like longest consecutive sit down you've spent at your hobby desk? And I guess for JP Super Monkey, I'll ask, what's been like the longest consecutive gamer session you've held? I'll give it a couple minutes and then I'll give you my answer as well. Just kind of curious. But I don't want to give my answers like any kind of bias or any kind of like oh well I sit this long or I don't spend that like I just I'm genuinely curious about that raw answer. 10 hours? That's a good sit. That's a good sit, my friend. 10 hours is that's where I kind of was it the Warhammer recruit set? Like the you get I think you get a troop of Primaris and a troop of Necrons. You get like 3 Scarabs, 10 troops, and a Royal Warden. Maybe more on the weekend, 10 hours. Okay. Um, I will say, shamefully, I think the longest I've sat in a chair is almost 18 hours. Now, mind you, I'm getting up to use the bathroom and stuff, but like the longest paint session I've sat and like I need to get this done. Yeah, it flies by. It honestly does. Okay, gaming sessions too. 8 hours just to get Easter egg and zombies. Is that for the 24-hour trash train? Oh geez. You know what? I gave myself for that one. I gave myself just under 24 hours to do the whole thing, but I did stop sometime at like probably like 5 in the morning to sleep for a couple hours, and then went right back to it. Um, I think the longest one was painting Allrak, the boatman. There's a little 360 short of him, but he was one I spent a long time. I stood up and painted him for a competition, and I kind of left myself screwed on time. So I, in like the 24 hours to 48 hours before the actual competition, I glued myself to the seat and didn't get up till it was done. Gaming sessions, I've sat for some long gaming sessions too. Yeah, yeah, zombies does take some time. It's a lot of like you gotta run like it's been a while since I played zombies. But I can recall like having, your well-oiled troop and then, someone's gotta run the bathroom. It's like you gotta run it down to like 2 zombies and then like run the zombies in a circle while someone goes AFK for a minute because no one can pause and you're there for hours. It's like, oh man, I gotta go eat dinner. Don't worry, man, we got 2 zombies left. I'll run laps till you're back. Oh, that's fun stuff. Man, I was actually watching some more of JP's Super Monkeys videos today, and oh man, that dude getting kicked by the horse. Oh my goodness, that was so good. Oh, that was so good. That made me laugh. Yeah, always something surprising. Okay. Oh man. All right, so let's get this. Let's get this going here. Okay. All right. So we got tons of these dots going. It feels like I'm not making too much of a dent here. Um, see some hard to get places on these legs. Uh, we'll try to get in there. I might have to go in to like in there. I might have to go in with a dry brush because it's a little tricky. We'll try here. Yeah. See if this angle works. Brush a little. We're gonna try to get his this, the back of his belly. Kind of looks like yeah, kind of looks like a bit of a ball sack there. Pardon my vulgarity, but I guess that's what we're doing here. Same strategy as before, just a little tricky getting in there. That might be a little bright for how shadowy that is. I want to water down more yellow, make it really clear. And hopefully it doesn't wash around. No one wants a jaundicey ball sack. Except for maybe this thing. This thing looks like it wouldn't mind having it. Looks kind of like nastier the better. But I shouldn't make fun of this Glotkin. Who knows? Maybe this is very uncomfortable for him. Maybe all these boils are like not natural Glotkin skin. Maybe they are some kind of natural creature that gets nurgled up. And, maybe this infection is very sore for him. Maybe that's why he's grumpy. Who knows? Like I said, I don't know the lore of this guy. I didn't even know how to freaking spell it right until today, apparently. Oh, man. That's okay, though. Yeah, this is a little tricky getting in there and being accurate at the same time, but yeah, a few little dots. You can see, though, how bright those pop off under him. I don't know if I like that. I don't know. Maybe we can deal with it with some wash. Take a little look. Should have painted that part blue. Oh my goodness. It's not too late. We can still go back and give him some blue balls. I can't even say it without laughing. Oh my goodness. Uh, yeah, I need the age disclaimer on this. It's all good. It's Friday night. That's having fun on a Friday. Not gonna lie, this grung green is jumping at me the wrong way. And I think between that poison cloud, the yellow, and maybe whatever wash we hit this with, it'll look much nicer. Whoops. There we go. No harm, no foul. Yep, sorry. Like I said, I need that shock collar every time I move the mini off focus. Yeah. There we go. I think I'm gonna have to go back to the zombie flesh. Yeah, we'll do that little knot on the back of his head. See what happens with the zombie flesh. Thin it down. Some thinning down that chunk. Huh. Not gonna lie, that little chunk that landed on my wet palette has actually been a nice little source of goopy paint. Like, it didn't smear and get too wet. It's just stayed nice and workable. Let's see what this does on its head. See that okay? And we're doing that little knot right there. Too much bright. And grayness. Just gently lift and lift and lift. Boop. I'm gonna keep going. Some of these dots around it. Got a bit of a gangster lean here on the table, so bear with me. I fall out of camera shot. I don't want to put any of that on his face. I think we'll just kind of stick to the washes and worry about the eye when it comes to the face. I don't want to put too much pustules. That thing will be its own focal point. Good for now. I'm willing to bet I'm going to paint that damn thing yellow in some point before this live stream stops. And place your bets. Good. Just gonna keep going with little dots. Yeah, I anticipated this whole dot process to be quite lengthy and tedious. So, whoops. Poke other stuff with the brush. So, yeah, not to rush, not to think, oh, I gotta blast this done. Just, take our time and get through it as we get through it. Let's see, where are we at here? Choosing your wet painting bumps versus a dry brush. So for the bumps, I could sort of hit them with the dry brush. Now, one of the things I'm trying to avoid though is it'll take a lot of very careful effort to take the dry brush. So it'll take a lot of, I got a smaller one than this, but it'll take a lot of effort to load this brush and then tickle all these, or load any dry brush, tickle all the sort of pustules and not hit any of that surrounding texture beside them. So if I took my dry brush, started going tickle, 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 it'll put a hard push on that, like it'll put yellow on the dots, but it also runs the risk of putting yellow across the skin, and then they won't stand out on their own as pustules as much. They'll kind of blanket into the skin as that yellow goes over the skin texture, then hits that bump, and then goes back down. That it'll leave the dry brush, but it's going to leave yellow on the skin surface, even just a little amount. And there's so many dots. As I keep going with that dry brush, it's going to slap chop in yellow. So if I keep it with the wet palette and the wet yellow paint, I can just literally poke each dot, and then it'll kind of bleed the wet paint off onto the top of that sort of round pustule and soak it down. So you're just doing little dots and letting the liquid paint kind of work its way, almost like a wash, but it's more just really runny paint. Okay, sorry, I missed that last part too. Will that follow? Maybe. We'll see how the skin and the pustules and everything blend together. I might do like another round of a light dry brush, like I was saying, that changeling pink. Now that might not be my friend for the yellow pustules, but that changeling pink will add some nice softness to the skin. Once again, I'll probably use it in an inconspicuous area first, just to see what it does, and then take it from there. You can see I'm kind of hitting the yellows. When you go over the pink, it almost looks like it has a bit of that orange, a bit of warmth under it. Oh. Sorry, it was short. I have to go on. Oh, no worries, JP. I'm happy that you stopped by. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I really appreciate it, man. Like I said, it felt really cool to be forwards and backwards in time. Take care, my friend. I'll see you next time. And let me know if you ever do a live stream. I'll be there. Thanks for coming by. Ah, I love it, guys. I love seeing the development of the community. That really makes me happy. You know, that's the whole point of doing this, right? It's just building community and network of good people around yourself. It's been really, really fun and rewarding experience. And I would highly recommend to anyone who's thought about, oh, maybe I should post, or if you do some kind of art and you share, and like I'll refer to JP Super Monkey, like, you know, playing and gaming and posting, that's art too. Like anything that you do to create and enjoy, you know, share with the people. Share with the people you like, share with people that you've never met. You know, people are surprisingly more open to art and creative expression. And usually we are our hardest critics. So, like when I started, I was like, man, no one's gonna care about the stuff I paint. No one's gonna watch the stuff I edit. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just an imposter with a paintbrush, I feel. You know, there's so many better painters and better editors. But no, that's you know, we gotta get those negative thoughts out of our head. Right? This hobby's all about positivity and sharing. So why would we sabotage ourselves? Alright. Keep going with these dots. Thinking I might switch gears here and take out some malignant grain and see what that do. See a few more little nestle pustules here. No, I'll leave those pink ones. So they look good in tiny little clusters, but ooh, they kind of bother my eyes when you jump out too much on the big ones. Just kind of want to nestle in there. Just, you know, friendly little pustules. Okay. Everyone feels imposter syndrome. Inspiring me to post my minis. You should post your minis. It's easier. It is. Maybe I'm trying to build the courage to make a real channel and make videos. Dude, if you do it, just let me know, man. I will be subscriber #1. Like, honestly, man, if it's something you're curious or interested in, do it, bro. Do it. Like, I started this and I had no idea how to edit. I had no idea how to Facebook. Like, man. Like, I think the last time before I started this paint hand Dan identity, sort of, yeah, it was over a decade of not being on social media. And then when I got on, I was like, what? Like, Facebook was different. Man, that's what I started with. I'll be honest, like, my phone probably gives me the best close-up views. So I'll break down a bit of my gear. Here, we'll go 2 seconds here because we can kind of bounce around with this. So this camera here, hello, that's just hooked up on a laptop. This camera here was a $30 webcam. This one here is a GoPro, which is probably my most expensive piece of equipment. Well, filming equipment. Now the nice thing about the GoPro is it films and can make a time lapse as it's filming, so I don't have to crush it. I can paint for like hours and then it'll automatically time lapse it, which is really good. But you know, anything really close, as I get closer and closer, like if I bring him way up, you kind of lose focus, and you can't change the focus on a GoPro camera. Like, you can't dial it. So the cell phone actually gives you the best, like, macro. You want to zoom in on one of these tiny little skulls here and blow it up to the size of the screen, depending on your phone, I guess. Like, you know, it's the way to start. And like a little tripod or a little monopod, something like this is like $10. I literally started hot gluing my phone to my table. That was how I started doing my first videos. I hot glued my phone to my table. So like, well, where there's a will, there's a way. Pardon? Oh no, his case glued to the table. But yeah, it's like, honestly, if you're interested and curious in it, I would totally recommend giving it a shot, man. Like, it does feel rewarding. Some of the editing can take a long time, but that's kind of like some of the beauty of it. Like, I've never really video edited before, and when I started with this, like, there's some days where I'll spend the entire day, like, all my time sitting at the table or the editing desk, and I go, holy crap, I spent how long here? Almost as long as painting. But honestly, it's so rewarding. Like, there's moments when you're lining up that perfect fart noise or that perfect slap noise with the impact of the visual, and when it comes together, you just kind of like, yeah, puts a smile on your face. Like, hell, if I gotta watch the video like 500 times in editing, it should be enjoyable to watch. Yeah, I don't want to produce a video that I myself would not want to watch. Or that something that I might feel a little, less fun. What I'd really like to do is figure out, I guess, the permissions of putting movie bits in. Just like little clips here and there. I love pop culture movies, so screwing up an eyeball and then having John Travolta go, I don't know, he must have gone over a bump or something. Like, I would love to put that stuff in, but I don't know the permissions and copyrights too well yet. But that's kind of the beauty of editing. It's like, you get to make the movie. You get to express your interests, your passions, things you like, things you don't like. The Google Pixel Pro, dude, that should actually do some pretty good strength for filming and photos too. If I understand correctly, they actually have some pretty good like built-in software for like doing editing and like editing your photos. You can scrub things out or put things in. I don't know. I've seen in the ads that they've been, good phones. Yeah, dude. I would love to see if you post a video, man. Let me know because I would really love to see. And you don't think you have to, be an expert or even like half of it's learning. Yeah, now you got me all excited for more creativity and a bigger network. I have another friend. I haven't seen him in tonight's chat about, but he's around. A viewer named Uza7, and he's a personal friend of mine. And he's a carpenter, and he does wood burnings and wood carvings. And I've been telling him, man, you should start a file, like start an Instagram, He's kind of like how I was with social media, and I've been trying to encourage him to do the same thing I've been doing with his own passions of wood carving. This guy's really good, and it's really we all gotta share our art, right? And we're getting to that day and age now where it's so commonplace to have computer generated art, computer generated graphics, computer generated voices in your videos. And as tricky as editing your own voice can feel, it's worth it. And like this is art that's tactile and that we can touch and feel. So I think there's a thirst for that in sort of human interactions, especially now. Like our eyeballs can tell when we watch a CGI sort of effect in a movie and we can immediately refute it as being not real. Whereas like if you watch Apocalypse Now or Speed, like they blow shit up. It's not CGI. Apocalypse Now, they napalmed a friggin' jungle, actually. And it's, that's kind of terrible. But spectacular to see. Like, that is something to behold. They would never do that this day and age. That was like a one-shot, one-chance thing. But, if you've never seen Apocalypse Now, just the napalm run they do on the jungle, that's whoa. It's mind-blowing. Like, they actually use that much pyrotechnic. Sure, it's start on TikTok. Oh, dude, I like Primus. I do like Primus, man. That goes back. That takes me all the way back to Tony Hawk. Yeah, Jared was a race car driver. He drove so goddamn fast. Never did win the checkered flag, but he never did come in last. Okay, so I'm gonna bust out the malignant green. We're gonna change gears here. I'm gonna put some life into this. Switch up from doing dots with paint to doing dots with paint. And it's used. Yeah, the carving is tricky. I can't wood carve. Like the way it's like they'll see a chunk of wood and they'll draw shapes on it and pull and cut and tear chunks of wood out and leave. Like I can mush clay, but like detracting wood at angles to make shapes and like the visage of a face or an animal, that is it's something I can't do or I have no owned skill in. My grandfather, though, on my dad's side, while he was still with us, he was an excellent carver. He did decoy ducks and wildlife. So, shout out to you, Poppy. You did great art, man. Better than I could have ever appreciated at my age. Some gear, yeah, expanded. Yeah, really. I think the Google phone would be good. The tripods and stuff, like I get them all cheap, I think. But like I don't think I've spent more than 20 bucks on either a tripod or like any kind of mount. Um, yeah, just the GoPro was the most expensive thing, and it's like I'm sure I could get a different lens, like a zoom lens, to magnify it, but I'm I'd be curious to know what cost comparable film tools are available that you could film a time lapse in like 4K with an optical zoom, and then but I'm willing to bet an optical zoom would actually set you back a decent amount. Like that would not be cheap. Okay, so we got some of this malignant green. And we're gonna see what this thing does, or this stuff does. Oops, it's a bit much. So once again, inconspicuous area. We'll touch up here. Let's see what that does. You know what? It does very little by the looks of it. It's very little by the looks of it. Ooh, but it does kind of nasty up and put some snottiness in the pit around those circles. Should do on here. We'll hit this guy. See, he stays pretty yellow. It kind of puts a little bit of that little nastiness to it. So I'll just keep touching those. Ooh, it looks much better on that gray. Zombie flesh over yellow. I do like how that looks. That's the pea green I want. Let's see if we put over this poison cloud dot. What does that do? Not bad, not great. Yeah, it almost kind of puts like a looks like Nurgle rot in color, but like in viscosity, much thinner. But it does kind of put like a snotty green into this yellow. Oh, okay. Let me just take a look here. So, see if I can find. Sorry, it's hard to find a good angle on these guys. Let's find. Okay, we'll do these guys up here. See if they can do a good angle. So I'm just gonna do a few big ones. See, it kind of looks a little snotty, like Nurgle rot, but it is thinner, so it doesn't kind of cake up around it. And let's see, where else could we put it? I'm actually going to experiment a little bit and touch it into these webby cracks. Ooh, you know what? I kind of like how that went. It sits in there. Just a little bit. Let's watch that. Ooh, no, 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 no. Don't want it to spread out too much where it might cause too much reactivation. And then put like a big green smear on his skin. That would not be good. But I also don't want it to reactivate, because then if I try to clean it, it might peel it right off. Just gonna poke that in there, make sure it gets stuck to those little webby scabs and nothing else. There we go. A little better. Thanks. We can brighten up this little smear here that went a little too green. Right there. That'll. I'm not even worried about fixing it. It'll fix itself as we bake. Ooh. But yeah, see that? It's picking up that pink and red in there. So it's been a week, and that little bit of medium from the malignant seemed to reactivate this red. At least enough to kind of contaminate it on the yellow touch. Yikes. So we'll be very careful with that green. We do not want that to bleed out. So maybe what I'll keep it with is we'll keep it to, God, as I'm saying, and I'm targeting this thing. Yeah, we'll keep it to things that are contained in their own little blisters. No, we go right for the hump on the top of his head. Not bad though. Kind of looks gross and green. Yeah, no, I can agree with that one too. The first videos I was like, I don't want to show my face. I don't want to be visible. You know, you can have my paint covered hairy ass hands. And eventually that kind of melted away a bit. Sorry, I'm gonna get a little bit of white skeleton bone out here. Yeah, it kind of melted away, but I'd still, in like my long form videos, would probably keep my face out of them and just keep to my hands. But I can't really help for the live stream, and it does give a little more. That's what I'm looking for. Amicability. You know, nice friendly faces. Good to see. It's also nice to have people have, you know, a bit of a face to connect with. And for like, I'll say, you know, down the line in copyright stuff, like it is pretty good to just have your face attached to your material. It's a little harder to get sort of overlooked, and it's almost like your face is almost like a fingerprint for your posting. Like you see a lot of thumbnails and stuff. I think that's actually really common. You get like the Games Workshop product and like grumpy face and some sort of gripe about the company, and you know, teach their own. I you know, I don't like paying for anything, but you know, I like their models. I don't even really play the game, but they have the best models. So, but yeah, I wouldn't want to put my face on thumbnails. I feel like maybe there's a level though of like seeing a familiar face and their cathartic emotion maybe helps give the the direction of the video before you watch it. Like if you see someone with a grumpy face with the thing, you're like, okay, they got a beef with the product, or they got something they don't like. Or if they're like, yeah, it kind of gives you information versus just seeing a picture of a mini and going, that's a cool painting. It tells me nothing else. So, and some people do like the blurry photos and stuff. And just figure, straight up and transparent. I'm not going to try to bait people in with, ooh, what could this be? And I get it, sometimes it's a bit of a spoiler. But the fun is in the journey there. It's not the finished product. Fun is always in the mission of painting. Learning new things, unlearning things, having that emotional roller coaster of an ugly phase, and that thrill when you start to come out of it. So this malignant green is doing good stuff, but it does work slow. I'm gonna leave those red. Maybe we hit some oils. I feel like I'm hitting a point here where I'm just gonna have to goop up things. Kind of like that green on his foot. I know he's got a lot of texture here, but having a stinky, poopy foot sounds appropriate for this monster. Shames Games Workshop, but without the community, so we all enjoy the models. Yeah, kind of goes back to the whole like import thing. I also think that maybe in Canada we get stuck with a bit of a bad deal because, like, I'm sure someone in the UK would probably pay a little less for their models than Canada, and I bet you a good chunk of our markup is due to our tariffs. Now, I'm speculating. I'm not an economist. I'm not, vetted in international trade law. I just know that it's hard to get shit from the UK. It would be nice if it was just a little easier sometimes. So, once again, if I start leaving the lens or whatever, give me a shout, give me a shock. Need like a buzzer. So I'm gonna just go when my mini leaves the screen. Kind of like this around his feet. I was a little curious and a little like, I don't know, how is this gonna sit with his hoofs? But I feel like it gives a nice gross, like his feet have been stomping through mud and corpses and rot. This guy does not have clean feet. And his hoofs do look pretty swollen and gross. So we'll try to lean into that a bit. Sounds like neighbor's dog or something barking. Okay, so he's got some dirty, poopy looking feet. He's got some nice little bumps. Oh man, I gotta get under there too. We'll hit some yellow under that. Maybe some orange. Ugh. When I say that out loud, that does not sound right. That's gonna take a bit of thought. Because what I'm expecting right now, hold on, make sure I'm getting a good camera angle here. So on the underside of his arm there, here, hold on, I'm gonna switch side view. There we go, better. So Yeah, I'm gonna leave it here for a bit. So with these little dots here, I kind of want to come in and hit them yellow. But with this being in that sort of shadowy piece of his arm, he's going to be here. You know, call it light on his face or whatever. This part's going to tend to be a little darker than the rest of his body. So if I put yellow, raw yellow here, it's going to pop really bright and kind of eliminate that suggestion that it's shadowy. And orange doesn't seem right. I'm legit going, what the hell do I do here? I feel like the malignant green might get me out of this bind. We'll see. This is also on the edge on the outside, so I don't know. I'm kind of thinking this little piece might need some dry brush, but something a little dark. And I don't know exactly what's in my inventory that will answer that riddle. I think we'll mix some zombie flesh and some green. A good combo, I think. Let me check the comments here. Apply just paint. There, but I want to get into them. Yeah, no, I feel that. I do want to get into them more. Like, I have that recruit box, I painted it up, and it is daunting when you go through all the books and stuff. I play, well, I guess I haven't played around in a while, but I do like myself some Magic the Gathering, and it kind of has that same sort of tabletop competitive feel. It's also an arms race. I don't understand, like, I understand the necessity of it, but like having, I know for Warhammer you need call it books, your codexes for your armies, so you know what your troops do. But it seems a little more rigid. Like Dungeons and Dragons, you can kind of just like, roll high and I'll let it pass. And it's more like you can homebrew D&D, whereas Warhammer's more like rigid in its requirements. Like, you know, rolling a 6 is rolling a 6. It's not like your DM can go, you know, you rolled that cool, you did this good. Like, you can't really fudge it. It's very rigid. I like Magic, but it's a good way to pwn your enemies and lose your friends. Okay. So if I can figure out where the hell this thing is landing so you can see it while I paint it. There we go. Let's actually bring a little light down. See if that works. Okay, I'm gonna have to get a funky angle here. And that's, I think, lighter than I want it to be, but wet it down. I'll melt some of that overloaded paint. And keep going. So I'm kind of ducking under the desk here to get on level. Okay. There's a little bit of yellow poking through here. Oh my goodness. This arm is so textured. Yeah, this is a part that if I was assembling this guy, I might even try to do before I get to him, because it is tricky. There we go. That's a better angle. What am I doing? Just standing him. Use your head, Daniel. Use your head. Or like use your paint hand. So, we're at the first weekend of June. What is everyone up to this summer? Do people travel for summer? I know it's probably still a pretty quiet room. Let's take a little look. Okay, we got 4 people in the room. About the new starter deck, so my girlfriend and I could play. Ooh, yeah. I taught my girl how to play Magic, and man, it it was this is what you needed, mini painting. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, that was with me too. So my my segue, my first painting project was I don't know if you've played at the Arena of the Planeswalkers Magic the Gathering. So it's kind of like a is it Heroescape? One of those Heroescape or something-scape games, hex tile based. I would have to, recheck gaming manuals. But there's an original like Arena of the Planeswalkers, and then there's a Zendikar extension and an Innistrad extension, and it's like a hex tile map. Pretty basic, dice roll attack system. They integrate the system of magic cards into it, so you kind of have, if you're the blue army, you have the opportunities to use cards that will counter your opponent's spells. Red spells for the red team will burn your opponents, and it's very staple Magic. But I got that. I thought these minis need to be painted, and painted them. There was, I think, 60 something, 63 minis, and yeah, it was a fun. I didn't realize how long it was going to take to friggin' paint. And then halfway through my process, I started with that really glossy Testers acrylic, and maybe like one pale skin tone base to like matte it out, and a matte leather brown. And using those paints, I painted all 63 minis. Oh yeah, there's Testers Create Effects shader. And halfway through the process, I realized I could get better paint and work with better paint and produce better paintings if I didn't use this really, really hard gloss paint. But the moment I did, it became very apparent that like it split the group up. Like it didn't look like one cohesive set. It looked like some were painted, and like it looked like 2 different board games. So I had to go back with the testers just so they all look like one solid unit. But that was my gateway drug. Definitely the gateway drug. Yeah, I'm just spinning this thing and seeing little pustules that I want to hit. Different colors of gray and green. It's like every time I spin it and pick it up and look at a new angle, I see a different angle. Let's see, I think we got 4 people in the room right now. It's good to see all of you. I know friends Kirsten and Tyler are here. For whoever else is watching at home, No, I would love to hear what you're up to. I would love to hear who's watching. No, don't be shy. Drop a comment. But if you are shy, that's okay. I'm just happy you're here with me. Maybe you're painting something at home. Maybe well, it's past dinner time, so you're probably done with dinner. Honestly, I'm actually kind of surprised and very flattered that there's at least 4 people that are right now choosing me over Netflix. When you think about it like that, that's a friggin' honor. You could be watching some Amazon Prime. You could be, you could be going out for the evening. Whatever you're up to on a Friday. I really, really, really appreciate that you're here with me. That means a lot. That means more than whoever's watching right now will know. And it's something I really appreciate. I never would have thought, even on a Friday, that, there'd be at least 4 people that want to hang out and paint with me. Shit, I can't get 4 people in real life to come hang out and paint with me. But really, it puts a mile-wide smile on my face, guys. Holy dots. Oh, shot caller. Zap, zap. Back in line. Alright. So this is going to be a little tricky to get in there. But I will grant Miss Kirsten her wish. Eventually. I got a nice chuckle out of that blue balls comment. I think we'll probably do that down the line. I'm thinking as I'll brighten these up, and then maybe hit it with a transparent blue airbrush. And just kind of, shoot them in the taint with that after it's all highlighted. Give it a bit of a blue tone, and then hopefully leave some shadow there. Oh, without messing that up too much. Crap. Yeah. And that's the scary part, is that this is a very... Let's thin this out more. Oh, too thin. Too thin. Let's find a happy medium here. Oh, whoa, shit. Hang on to it. There's a bunch of teeny bumps in here. A very delicate tickle, I guess. We don't want it to be too colored or too bright. It's gonna look weird. Or, a glowing undercarriage. Right. Okay. Still having around 4 people, but I think a couple of them are quiet. That's okay. Does have me curious though, not gonna lie. It's like the mystery viewer. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, while I'm going and looking at the stats and thinking of the mystery viewers out there, you know, I'll do the self plug. You are enjoying your time here with me. Maybe you're not subscribed. Feel free to subscribe. I know there's a little bit of a lock on the chat for subscriptions, and that's just to kind of keep the robots out. I don't think I'm big enough for that yet. Get taken over by one of those Elon Musk, live stream, invest in whatever. Invest in Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't think I'm big enough to get hijacked yet. I will say though, I'm not on Telegram, and I probably will never be. So if you ever get like, "Hi, you want some stuff from me? Meet me on Telegram." Don't do it. I'll get ahead of that one right now. I'm not on Telegram. But yeah, I get that all the time on my correspondence with other people's pages that have significant followers. We'll say. It's like, hey, free stuff. Everyone will fall for free stuff. And it's kind of sad that people come to that. But it is what it is, right? Even con artists and hustlers have tough days at work. Have to put in the long hours. Oh god, I can't even say that with a straight face. And I'm having trouble getting in there. Seeing his arm here, getting these weird angles where it's like I have to look through his legs, past the tendril, through the tangential angle of his right butt cheek, and then see the dot I need to splat. Oh shit. Good thing that's on the east side of it. I'm gonna just soak that up. Pretend that never happened. Alright, what are we at? What are we at here? Holy crap. I'm going for it. 3 hours. Well, I knew I was going to be doing dots for a while tonight. And that is a-okay. Don't let that be too bright. Let's get rid of some of that yellow off the brush. And just kind of lift that a little. There's kind of like a little dry brush tactic. Now we're working with that. It's not dry paint, but we're kind of just gently going across things like a dry brush. Just gonna lift the tips of stuff. Geez, everywhere I look, it's more. Oh, you missed dots. It's all dots. Just keep going. I think the strategy of hitting them with yellow is probably gonna be how it plays out through the rest of it. Bottom yellow, and then take it to different colors from there. And every time I say that, I see a dot that's like some kind of green, off green, that zombie flesh color. It's like, damn, that looks good. Yeah, getting some of these lower dots is tough. His leg, yikes. Oh, let's get in there. Oh, that's a mess. That's gonna be messy. Let's see, try to do this. If you flip him back on a little angle. Okay. Well, it's a good thing that's on the inside of his leg. Freaking mess otherwise. There we go. Let's see. We're good. I guess it's about I'm guessing right, close to 8 o'clock there in Utah. Just wondering if you got other plans for the night. Are you tucked into the desk painting right now? You know, sometimes it feels like a tall ask for Friday plans. Yeah, shot caller. Telling you, yeah, I need some kind of like the Metal Gear sound effect. I need to put it at the hands and discretion of my comment section. If I could figure that out, that'd be fun. Then my tendency to scond and covet my own mini paintings by painting them in my lap will diminish. So people will tell me, hey, I can't see. I'm like, oops. Yeah, last week I went 20 minutes without having a mic. This week I can go 20 minutes without having my video on camera. What will I screw up next week? Yeah, I am still kicking myself over that the whole mic screw up. Man, I didn't even realize it was not picking up for time. It's like 16 minutes. Well, I know I said that lighting this underarm up was going to be too bright, but apparently I did it anyway. Because I like you let me see how this way. I can kind of thin it out just a bit and smear it on the places we don't want. I think I'm going to leave this big sort of club thing. Ugh, that's a mess. How the hell do I get in there? Please be technician free today, no worries. Ah, thank you. That is actually kind of nice to hear. My first one took me a while to start, and I had trouble getting the stream key locked in. And then this time, or not this time, last time I had my mic off. This time felt pretty smooth. But I literally can't hear things like the music that's coming through or my volume levels through your computer or phone. So it is very difficult for me to tell how you are receiving, like the sound balances and pictures and stuff like that. I can only kind of glance up at my computer screen now and then because my eyes are usually on the MIDI. Now, I was kind of joking earlier. I'm not sure if you were in the room at the time I mentioned it, Tyler. Oh, surfing between entity. Yeah, that's so much fun. Yeah, no, that's kind of how I do. I'll keep my videos and stuff as I'm listening to a little painting inside. I totally distracted myself there. I had a point out to me. It'll come to me. You know, I thought to the weapon or the riders. Um, yeah. So the weapon. Hold on, let me get this here. So, see. Oh, my camera's messed up. Was that messed up? Am I got half a camera?
Yeah.
Ah, crap.
You're good.
No, my camera's still not good. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Give me 2 seconds to figure out this tech problem. Yeah, we got half a mini going here. So we're just gonna go to our overhead camera and do this. And while that is working, I'm gonna get that paint off my brush. And give me 2 seconds to try to troubleshoot what is wrong with my other camera. Okay, bear with me. Okay. Ooh. So that should go. Let's take a little peek in the corner here. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. God. Yeah, no tech issues. I got jinxed. Christ, how long was that? Well, God. Well, we'll sort it out as we go, right? It's okay. It's okay, Kirsten. I'm just teasing. It was my own paranoia. You didn't jinx it. I wasn't alone, but I won't say it again. Ah, don't feel that way. You say whatever you like. I like having people talk in the comment section. Aw, don't feel bad. I feel bad. I'm sitting here painting with half a friggin' mini on the screen. Half my screen's frozen. Well, fixed now. Hopefully it's not going to be too much of an issue. Yeah. Yeah. So this week my mini did leave the camera. Oh man. I shouldn't have joked about it. I jinxed myself. Christ. Ah. 7. I know. I want to deliver perfect content for you guys, which I know sounds ridiculous, but like it means a lot that people take their time. So I want to make sure it's good quality. I want to make it valuable to people who are taking the time for me. You know, I feel like I'm doing a gross disservice if I'm not, you know, doing good by you guys. Kind of had a bit of a hiccup here. I'm seeing little tiny bits that could use some love. I'm seeing teeth on this. Seeing a little bit of that. I think on this lip. A little bit of these. So, actually, what I'm going to do here. Let's take a quick little second. Hold on here. Okay. So this is going to, sorry, just kind of playing the distance and focal here. This is going to need a little bit of. Okay, there we go. So, kind of going on all these dots here, up there. And we'll spin. So yeah, he's got a lot of these yellow dots on. Up here, I guess we can do that. Let's go to the overhead. Get a little better view. I really like how that red sore there, that little ulcer. I really like that. So I'm thinking maybe we take a little more red and work it into some ulcers as we go. Oh, there we are. Okay, so I'm actually gonna take. I'm closing in on my 3-hour mark right now. You take a little look. Blah, blah. Oh! Keenline, you just jumped in, man. Good to see you, dude. All right. I was actually just about to take a little bit of a bathroom break here. I've been on for the last like 3 hours. But now I kind of just wanted to. I'm gonna hold it just for a few minutes more, just to be like, "What's up, dude? I am so happy you're here." Oh, my heart. Oh man, I'm thrilled you're here. How have you been, sir? How are you, Freya, and you know the whole clan, I guess. I know I've plugged him before, but I'm gonna plug him again because he's here. Keenline Bullies has his own YouTube channel, and well, let me finish the plug first, dude. So he's got a YouTube channel too. It's you know, I'm gonna say a very heartwarming quest of a man and his dog. I don't want to give any spoilers, but like, check it out. It's good stuff. Oh, I miss you too, dude. Well, dude, well, you know what we should do? We should do like some kind of collabo, you know? Some kind of I don't know. We'll paint a dog or something. I don't know. Oh man, ear to ear smiles, dude. So give me 2 seconds. I'm actually gonna run to the bathroom and refill my water. But I am we're live and we're still going for a bit, so just bear with me here. I'm just gonna throw up the AFK screen for 2 minutes. Okay, and we are back. Alrighty, I don't know if those are working, but we're back. See if I've missed any. Just trying to catch up on the comments here. I think so. So I'm fast tracking through the comments here now. Ooh, where did that go? Nope, keep that up. I started to shake. Oh, thank you, man. I try to bring the fun, right? I would love to know how I can, like, I know there's like fair content and fair use and stuff like that. I'd like to know a little more of the specifics on the laws so I can put in different pop culture memes. One that I would really like, because you know all our models and stuff comes in boxes. I really want to get Brad Pitt from Seven waving his gun at Morgan Freeman, going, "What's in the box?" Like that would be a nice plug. I don't know the copyright to get that, so maybe one day I'll figure that out for everyone. Take it to that next level. Okay, so we're back to the painting here. Sorry for the little bio break. I needed water. I will recommend to everyone out there, water is not just good for mixing your paint. It's good for you too, especially when it's like 30-something degrees out. So yeah, good to stay hydrated. I thought I had a good soundboard plug for that. We'll figure out the soundboard by next one. How's that? Having a little tech hiccup with the sound effects I was hoping to bring in. I think as long as it's less than 7 seconds, eh? Ooh, that's actually very helpful, my friend. That there's copyright. I have to share the earning. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've had that with some of my other videos. The like the aliens music video I made. Or any of the music videos I made on the gaming thing that I can't get the rights to any of those songs. So yeah, but I don't expect they're gonna make any that channel didn't do well isn't doing main focus. It's just kind of been a fun dump. But 7 seconds is good to know because I know Brad Pitt yelling at Morgan Freeman is less than 7 seconds. We start there. And if I get shut down, so be it. Well, just for one video. Actually, the octopus garden video of me painting the dots on the octopus, that got a worldwide ban because I used not Ringo Starr's version of octopus. I took it from the YouTube library and it still banned it. I had to, I put that up a couple times to get the actual song to work with the video. Which is weird because it was a friggin' short. And the song was taken from their library. So I don't know what the deal with that was. That's the only time I've ever had like a real issue where I post something and it turns red and says no. I was terrified. I was like, what? Am I getting sued by the Beatles? Oh, that's too much mess there. Alright. Not gonna lie, these dots are getting tedious. You guys want me to switch gears to something other than dots? I'm totally in an agreeable mode to switch it up if you're feeling it. So I know this is Glotkin the Glotkin here. know, it's not as sexy as the Crusader skin coating and watching all that come to life, but just going dots and dots and dots and dots and dots, and dipping dots. Tater dots. What other kind of dots can we have? Some skulls here I've been kind of avoiding just because I don't want to tuck into the bleach skull yet. A few more dots here. I'll check the comment section and see if we're changing gears. Yeah, let me know if there's something you'd like to see specifically, if there's a technique you want to see getting worked. You know, this is our project. This isn't my work. This is our work. I'm hoping for contribution here. Oh, so I think what I was talking about before that I forgot about was discussing about the weapon. I have been putting some thought into that. Here, I'll detract from that. Ooh. So the weapon, maybe we'll hit some leather with that right now. It's a little something else we can do. So he's got these little strands on his, I guess, tendril. I don't know. And I kind of see it like there's a hook there and his tendril, kind of like a thumb and a gravity. So I'm thinking if I can find a way to like, I'll cloth up those two little ropes. Maybe get some like bits of chain, some chaos chains or something. Just cut them off something. It'll look like that chain there. Ooh, that's a little flicky. Another flicky dangle. So, but yeah, we'll connect these two things with a big butcher cleaver or like an arced blade, so we can kind of have like a chopper. Like he can hook you with that claw there, and then like swing his tendril, and it'll have a little blade on the inside to like chop. So I'm thinking that's probably the most appropriate weapon I can give him, other than just hanging a bunch of flails like that one on his horn. So he can't really hold anything, and I don't really want to mess with that mouth hand too much. And he doesn't really have fingers here. So holding a weapon will be tough, but I think I've solved it with that cleaver. That's the plan anyway. I gotta find a bit in the cleaver. I say that, but I don't even have a plan for the actual weapon yet. I just know what I want to see. I think that's a good starting point, though. I'm thinking maybe I break out some oil. A little bit of red oil. We'll see. Hold on. I've kind of been locked in the zone. Let me check my comments here. Let me get caught up. Oh, thank you. I'm hoping it'll blow up in the right way. But you know, it's not an instant grind. I understand that. It's, you know, we work at it every day and put the hours in editing and painting and more editing and more painting, and it's fun. It's a blessing to do. It really is. So, yeah. Oh, let's go. Yeah, the water video is actually really good. I enjoyed that one. Watching Freya like dive into the bank and then come around. It's like you can tell she's having a blast. And she kind of gets swept at one point, but like you don't see panic. You see her. It's kind of like a child getting caught on like a wave with a boogie board. Like woo! Could switch to his butt rag. Okay, like it. Like it. Okay, 2 votes for the bum rag. We're doing the butt rag. I like that. Okay, so on his butt rag, let's get a good look at his butt rag here. Oh man, I think we just coined that term. That's gonna be a thing now. So we got his piercings done a little earlier, and this has a fold over, like it looks like it's kind of draped through the rings. So, I'm trying to think, what do you think will pop? I'm kind of thinking maybe a blue, which will be bright enough against the pink and yellow that it'll be very visible, but it almost seems too royal. Like a nice regal blue seems almost too royal for, a butt rag. You know, I'm kind of tempted for the like poopy toilet paper drapes, but you know, he's a big monster, but I gotta give him some dignity. I'm kind of sold. Regal or dirty? Let's take those. What on next? Swamp green. Ah, we're doing some swamp butt. Some swamp butt. You know what? I kind of like that. I like that choice. Keyline, why aren't you painting yet? Let's check out our swampies. So we got some trolley skin. Some striking green. So I'll hit these while I go. Ooh. Yeah. Come on. Figure it out. There we go. Striking green. Now, another fun one that we're going to get to at some point is this technical Nurgle's Rot. Now, this is like it's a kind of a glossy goop. It looks very gooey, I guess. It looks like snot, basically. So we can rough him up with a little bit of snot. Keep that handy. So we want more swampy still. The swamps have a little bit of brown, a little bit of green. There's a nice loud air. This is a War Boss green. It's an air paint green, but sometimes that airbrush paint is nice and thin, so it'll retain some transparency. So I'm thinking let's start off with a nice kind of a slappy chop color, and then we'll go in with a little bit of the speed paint and go from there. So I'm going to use one of the makeup brushes. Ta-da! And good look at his cloth there. See if I can get a little closer. That should be good. Here we're going to switch our angles so all of us can see. There we go. Okay, so let's start off with a really bright, and we'll work our way down because we already have that nice sort of gradient from that previous slap chop. So we'll set some green on that, and then we'll use another green to take it down. I'm looking at some green flame here, and that should be the too weird green. The Germans hard pick. Sounds like we got the votes for green. Maybe I kind of forced that hand by like pulling out all the green paint. But yeah, the blue there, yeah, I do like, and I agree that blue would be like, I'm thinking that the blue I had in mind was this magic blue, which is like it's a very bright blue. But I think that might be not what we want. I think some dirty green would be good. Can even get some speed paints here. We got Pork skin, absolution ring. We don't want plasmatic bolt. And camo cloak. So these three: camo cloak, absolution green, and orc skin. Orc skin's kind of like that War Boss air paint. I'm actually going to put this away because that's going to do a better job. Ooh. We have Hex Wraith Flame. This is a nice... Well, it's kind of not mixed, but... Get 2 seconds on the mixer. Yeah, that's... And it's very transparent. This is almost like just a really thin wash. But I do like this stuff. Not good for paint, but good for like giving the illusion of a nice green glow. So if you paint blue... Can I erase or paint over it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, no, I like the ooze green or the swamp green. And I think that sort of a darker kind of swampy, nerdly green, I think will lend itself to the yellow good. I think that's how I was kind of like, I should do some green on the pustules. I think a good supplement will be doing the green on this cloth. And yeah, for especially with these paints, these speed paints, you can use a wet sponge and just wipe them right off. I've speed painted things that I immediately didn't like and just plunged them into one of those water jars. Just like threw it in there, shook it around, lifted it out, and it came out clean. So, but that's just with the speed paints. Other paints you might need to reprime. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, like I said, you can remove it. It's sometimes does more harm than good. Like this is like the end all. 70% isopropyl. Just erase your acrylic. I'm thinking we're gonna hit some green flame and then take it down with camo cloak. Like we'll go with a really bright green, and then we'll drop it with like a maybe like an olivey color, maybe some malignant. Not exactly sure what this green flame is gonna do. Yeah, I would say unless there's something really wrong, like if the paint is like, if it's reacting, like if it's crackling or peeling or slipping, then maybe strip it if it's already on its way off. But a lot of the times you can paint over. Sometimes when you try to strip paint and you get bits off, but it leaves bits, then when you try to repaint over it, it almost leaves like, you can see that really fine layer difference. And like when you slap chop with a makeup brush, that little split of that paint layer will actually build up and like catch your brush. So sometimes it's easier to just reprime it. I think I've maybe stripped 2 models. One was like completely washed. Actually 3. One was completely washed with the speed paint. One was oil paint that never dried. And the other one was like just stripping one with what was it, the isopropyl, and it was one of the MTG minis. And that's where I kind of learned, like, oh, it leaves flakes and bits and they'll get in your way. It's tedious to clean them up. And some people will use like acetone and stuff, but for a polystyrene model, that will melt your model. So depending, some models like this guy came with paint, and oh, are you kidding me? There goes our flicky dangle. Friggin' menace. Well, here we'll add it to the pot of things to glue back on. Shit. Um, so yeah, you can erase paint, but it's erase isn't the right word. You can strip and remove it, but a lot of the time it's more work than it's worth. Okay, yeah. Alrighty, we'll pretend I didn't just break this thing, and so yeah, I'll fess up to my screw up. He's missing his flicky dangle there. He had a ball and chain, and now it's in here. Yeah. That's part of it, though. Honestly, one of the projects I'm working on right now, I broke like 3 or 4 times. Like, you'll see in the video, like, oh, he broke it. Oh, he broke it again. It's part of it, you know. We glue them together anyway, so. All right, let's get his butt back there. So now let's back to the butt rack. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting caught back up on these. Yeah, no. Mr. Paulson said it there. Thin coats and patience. That's that's the name of the game. Wow, this green flame just like disappeared on my brush. Yeah, I like the idea. Upgrade, weapon upgrade. Yeah, I did it on purpose. That ball and chain was too small. So we're just gonna start with this. Too much paint. We're gonna take a little off. I'm just gonna do a little slappy slappy. Slappy slappy, slap slap slap. Oop, 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 oop. Now I'm just gonna give this a nice little tinge. Start it with that green. Give it a really bright green. Look at that. It's like comes to life. Just gonna put a little bit more here. Dry foam on the top. Oh man. All right, team. Awesome choice on the green. I love this. And this is one I will straight take 0 credit for. This was all you guys. Green bum rag. Yo, Team Paint Hand Pals. You know, they scored big on this one. Alright, so we got our bright layer on there. Now I'm seeing there's a little bit of a, it looks like an emblem or a crest on it that, I don't know, I feel like there should be some metallic to it, but I don't want to, I feel that might look out of place because it's all tattered anyway. Metal won't tatter like that. So, but just the way that ring sits, Makes me think of metal. That's okay. So we'll take a few. We'll use a little bit of this malignant green, because that's a nice swampy color. And maybe towards the bottom and the other side, like on the inside there, maybe we hit that with a darker green. Thinking maybe the absolution green, like this one on that inside, just nice and dark in shadow. A little bit of this on top by that rip, and then a little bit of this camo cloak. So we'll give all the little speed paints a try. I think this one is going to be a little too bright for what I want. Like a little too like grass green and not swamp green. So I'm just going to take a little peek. Okay, some small. Okay, so I think we got our plan here. We'll start with the malignant and work our way down. I think that's the plan. I use a dry palette for my speed paint. A lot of people say you shouldn't mix it with water. It does kind of make it run a little funny comparatively, but I find, water's cheaper than medium and they don't give you much. So I'm just going to use a little wet brush here. So I got a weird question for any other mini painters in the group. I guess Kirsten and Tyler, and mystery viewer out there. So when you're mixing your speed paint and you're washing your brush and your water, you go back to your speed paint, you're speed painting up a model. Maybe I'm weird because my paint just sits in jars for days, or the paint water. But like, does anyone else find that speed paint, like washed paintbrush in water after using hours of speed paint, has like kind of a weird plasticky smell? Or is that just me? I don't know. I kind of noticed that in the last few speed painting sessions where I've left my water out and I've sat by and I'm like, what the heck is that like? Is that like resin or something curing near me? And no, it's the watery medium in the paint. All right, I digress. We're going to this malignant green and we're gonna put it on these top little tufty tufts here. Let it soak in that. Ooh, yes, that is nice. I'm almost thinking we throw camo cloak out the window and just keep going with malignant green here. I might just make the executive and do it. We're doing it. Oops, I'm dripping a little snot around there. Maybe I'll dry brush that emblem a different color, and I'll smear some snot on his antler there. His butt antler. Yeah, I'm just realizing now that these two antlers are coming right out of his ass cheeks. How much would that suck to have horns coming out of your ass cheeks? You'd never have a comfy seat in your life. Like, you're never going to sit on anything comfortable. No wonder these guys are grumpy, man. Covered in boils and sores and horns and tusks coming out of their ass cheeks and their face. Yeah, we're just going to soak this up. Get a nice generous amount and let it soak through here. Oh yeah, yeah. Paint Hand Pals, winning choice. I love that. That looks so gnarly. Like, it looks vibrant, it looks dirty, but somehow still has a lure to it. Like, there's a regalness to it, even though it looks gross and dirty. Oh, love it, guys. Couldn't have done that one without you. Like, imagine I painted it magically. This looks so much better, guys. Thank you. And I'm sure we're not even done with it. We can add a little more. Maybe I'm still gonna add some of that camel cloak to the bottom. Just those little licks at the bottom. Now this is almost more like an olive. Like kind of like a military drab. But I'm hoping it'll mix with that malignant green. And give me some magic. Ooh, I don't know about this. Wish me luck. Yee. Oh, okay. Okay. It's on there, so we ain't going back. Just gonna get it in those little recesses. A little bit there. A little bit in here. Okay. Okay, I see it's finding its space. It's almost like mixing itself. Malignant green on its own. Getting on those dark spots. Yeah. Really want it on these low areas and these deep spots. Just take them. There we go. Maybe a little brown wash once this is dried. Yeah, I kind of like that. It puts a low end to the green and some high end to it. Some better. I don't like how dark that is, but it seems to be taken very nicely. Alright, well that dries. So can't really go back into that for a couple minutes at least. Things. Yeah, so I'm thinking as we go, these little dots. So I started with them as like pink, green, and yellow. I was using I put the pink horror away because I liked it that little. I was like, oh, right back in the drawer. So these two have been the go-tos. Zombie Flesh, oops, and Angelic Yellow. And the Nurgle Rot would probably be put some slime in around, the butt, the teeth, skin folds, anywhere that might be goopy, gross. And this Changeling Pink we'll use to like kind of lift some of this darkness off the skin and put brightness on areas where we want. Maybe some Underhive Ash or some like a skin color over those where the skin is pulled webby, and wash some red oil into there. So that's going to take a second to dry. And maybe we can play with this little web up there. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, let's switch that. Do this. Okay. So we get that and that. So that gives us a little bit of a dual cam here. So yeah, this is still kind of washing down. Yeah, I think a little bit of brown wash would be good. I'm a little weary of moving it around right now to get into that under spot in there. Because as I tilt it like I'm doing now, it'll actually change. Like if I hold this guy upside down, this paint will flow up. Like if I go whoop and hold it there, this wet paint will start to like rise. So whichever way your mini's fighting gravity is how your speed paint is going to start settling. Let's see where we at. 3. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Yeah, so we will get to that, to some of that green as we go with it. I think the Nurgle Rot that'll really kind of goop that in. Let's see how this is doing. Suppose I can start touching up other stuff. Let's go skull hunting, maybe. I'll take a little dry tyrant skull, and then some skeleton bone. Where? Oh, already out. Some bleached skull. So we'll just hunt down some skulls and lick them up with a bit of bleachy skull. Alright. Whoop. Okay, so this is a common issue. You get this kind of crusted top that you gotta pull off. And if you have a wire, that helps as well. Of course, you don't want a dirty wire hanging around your work desk. You just kind of wipe it down and toss it back where you found it. And then lose the bottle of paint you just had in your hand. So, I'm just going to put a drop here as dry paint. Yep. Okay. So we got a drop here as our dry paint. I'm going to just smear a little on the wet palette. My wet palette's still nice and damp, so that's good. Take some of that extra paint off my hand. Make sure we get a good viewable angle. So we're going to start by hunting down some skulls while his butt rag dries. Ooh, that's way too much. Yep. Okay. And it's win it now. Here we go. Whiten up these skulls and then figure out why I thought that was a good idea after. It'll make it easier to see. There we go. Oh, I don't know if I like that really clean looking skull. It's too white. We'll figure that out as we go. Drop, drop. Swishy swish. Ooh, that might be too wet. We'll see. Yeah. This feels like I might be making a mistake here. If I really hate it, I can just literally hit it all again. Little skeleton bone, little brown wash. Make it all go away. which would probably be a good idea. Quit while you're ahead, Dano. Nah. I quit while I'm ahead. Yeah. It's more like, I'm in too deep, keep going. Yeah, I screwed that skull up. That does not look great. Just keep working at it. Eventually it'll go right. Probably would have been smarter to find my smallest dry brush and go about this with dry tyrant skull. Because yeah, this is just making a god awful mess. Changing gears. We're doing that. Dry tyrant skull. Tiny, tiny, tiny. This is as small as I have as far as these things go. Here we go. That is much better. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of, though. Is that this guy's a little wide, and it will want to spread more than just the skulls. Put these three on his arm. Okay. We'll wash that again with some red after. Use a skull. A weird eyeball here. Skull. He's got some on his legs down here. Yep. Kind of tickle, 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 tickle. That one does not want to influence the red color. So just keep going at it. So you can kind of see as I'm doing this, there's a bit of this tyrant bone, the tyrant skull that's spreading. I'm intentionally kind of pushing it around so you can kind of see. So, but that's why I was doing the liquid for the yellow dots instead of dry brushing. Is because as you dry brush, you won't be able to help but spread that color around. And with this dry bone, it doesn't really interfere too much with that skin color. But if I was to do that with yellow, he would light up yellow. Yeah, right. Okay. Not a screw up, as we're all talking painted over much way. It can be. Yeah, happy accidents, right? Okay, so right here I can see where I screwed up. And I think maybe that malignant green washed into that skin. And you can see how it changed that skin. Like he kind of looks like he's got a green strip there now. So what we'll do is we'll put red in those ulcers. That red will fight the green and do what we want. Hopefully make it pop. Kind of dull down and take our eyes away from the fact that there's green on the skin. Or we could say, it's kind of a reflected light off his butt rag. Just kind of spreading skin around here. Brightening things up a little. A little lightness in his folds and wrinkles. I said I'd try to work this section away and clean it up a little. Yeah, looking good. Give him a little 360 here. I think his robe is close to dry, his butt rag. You can still see where it's a little shiny. That's kind of the bummer about the speed paints, is sometimes like they go on fast, but then they take a while to dry. So we'll keep going to skulls. I see some skulls. We're gonna look up here. Try to get skulls in there. Once again, we're going to go with the spray brush and the tyrant skull. I'm just going to gently, in this little crevice, go back and forth. I could probably stand to actually use bleach skull with these. Maybe a little touch. Okay. Okay, I like that. Kind of giving us a different color of bone in the antler. A little whiter. A little more bleachy. Less alive and a little more dead. Okay. Hold on, let's see if this will help. I don't know if you can see that one as well. Lift it so maybe you get a good. That's not gonna work. Oh. Let's get right here. There we go. I got a little. Oh, there's another one in there. Should I get them both? Little, looks like adipose tissue, fat cells in here. Okay. I'm gonna keep going with this. Just very gently. Scrape the bones. It's all bones. The skulls. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of a mush around on the inside of these horns. So if I want to do some Nurgle rot or some, make some gore inside the horn, I want a little lightness. Like I want it brighter so it can sit on that, and then you'll get more detail inside it. There's a lot of stuff while I'm doing it. I kind of just talk out loud about what I'm doing. It's not like I'm not a classically or professionally trained artist or painter or anything. I just kind of go through the mistakes I've made and try to share them. And literally, the best teacher out there for any painter would be the brush in your hand. Like, you are the best tool in your kit. Your brush in your hand will be your best teacher. Just practice. kind of like you could watch a million mini videos about painting and non-metal metallic and all the best tips from the best painters, but until you actually pick up a paintbrush and try it, it's theoretical knowledge and it's not as practical. And even I think a little bit of practical knowledge can have, you know, a great level of advantage in the learning curve. So we're just gonna some of the illustrations of these horns. Don't want them too light. I do kind of want a bit of a bleachy look to them. I don't know what these bubbles are in his horns. My guess would be like bone marrow or something. But it's kind of too bubbly. Oh, I missed that skull. Look at this guy hiding way down there. This guy's hiding right close to the body. Okay, we're looking good, guys. Looking good. Where are we at? We're closing in. Holy crap, we're closing in on 4 hours. Just gonna touch up a few more skulls here and there. Ooh, this is like, check this guy out. That's like a skull getting eaten by teeth. So that's what I'm interpreting it. This is skull and little like the tiny like those belly teeth, but only in its back. We'll put some more yellow, maybe some Nurgle mess in there. I kind of want to see what'll happen by brightness just a little. It looks gross. Kind of like it. We'll need some sort of gore in there. Maybe a little bit of wash, a little more red oil, maybe. Let's see if I can fight some of that green. A little dusting on his butt cheeks. There we go. Yeah. Maybe I put some Mournfang brown in there with my little poopy bottom. Okay. I'll be damned. There's still pretty sure. Oh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, it's still a little green on there. Not much, but still a little wet. So I won't be going back to the butt rag immediately. You know, I want that to dry so I don't scratch it up. Okay. Hit the section here. I'm not just watching mini painters. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna take a second to like kind of got in the zone there. I gotta get back to the comments here. Okay, so where are you? It's perfect. That's the best teacher's the brush in your hand. Oh man, I appreciate that so much. And the bubbles, yeah. No, I have wow! I just can't wait to get in the paint. I got the green flame here, which was what we used to start the butt rag. And the other one that's kind of a, I don't want to say a secret weapon, because it's not a secret, but this poison cloud here, kind of like this greeny yellow that really like pops that yellow up a level, almost turns it into like highlighter level. So I figure if I go around the yellow dots and hit like every third one with some green flame, every fifth one with some poison cloud, and just kind of play the drums on all the dots with the two different greens over the yellow, it'll give some nice contrast without it looking too rangy. I tried using let's see what the pink goes with. The colors I thought I was going to use when I started were, I think, these three. And there's a weird one. There's another really bright one. This guy. Thought I was going to use these paints. I don't know if you can see those okay. Yeah. So this pink was a little too bubblegum against the skin. It just looked too off, so I kind of abandoned that. But it did look really good if it was pink and then this yellow on top. That looked okay. But just the pink was a little out of place. And these two ended up being the real pay dirt for the dots. So yeah, the Dippin' Dots are gonna get covered up with. I think this is gonna be our Dippin' Dot formula now. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I think having some green tickle those dots will be nice. Both in like bright green and maybe not dark, like olivey, boogery green. Why isn't that a color? Booger green. Oh, you're out of here. Okay, no worries, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate you hanging out with me, bud. Alright, where am I here? Ooh. Delay on it. Okay. Experiment. Alright, take care, brother. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me. And it's been an absolute blast. I'm closing in on 4 hours, so I'll probably be wrapping up soon as well. I'll probably save these colors for another time, and while this paint here dries, I think this is a good a place as any to call it an evening. Take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I'll catch you on the next one. Okay, so we'll just do the little wrap up here. I'm gonna do a little viewy view. I'm gonna take this guy and look at the mess we made on the desk here. So we got some yellow dots, some green dots. I wasn't expecting to see a huge jump in difference after today's session, because I knew these dots were going to really take a lion's share of the work. But honestly, he's coming along really well. I really like that yellow. I had a feeling I was gonna like the yellow a lot. That malignant green, yes, gave us a little trouble back here. Overall, though, it seems to sit in some of the other ones quite nicely. Almost just like a tinge. It's not like it even dyed the part. Uh, some of the pink dots, I guess specifically you can see in that shoulder. I think that's how I'm going to use the pink. Like it's just going to be little speckles here and there, and most of the dots are going to be bigger. I feel like that might even be too bright, and I'm hoping maybe we can wash it all down. The changeling pink I still want to use somewhere. I love this color. We'll find a way. Maybe dry brush a little bit on those yellows. We'll see. So we're going to close it out. It's been just past 4 hours now, and we made it with minimal tech issues. Although I gotta go back and see how long that camera was dead for. Jeez. Um, but thank you so much for hanging out with me. If you made it the whole 4 hours, blown away. My heart. I love the support. I love the viewership. I love the fact that we had a thriving community with communication, people talking. We made it 2 hours in the past and 13 hours in the future at the same time. Like, this was a win, guys. This was a huge win. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.